All right, let's get ready to get going. It is 6 o'clock by my account. No idea. All right, so at 6 o'clock, I call this meeting of Saginaw City Council to order. Please rise for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Item number 2 is the invocation. For that, Pastor Dennis Hudson. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate the privilege. I always like to see this group, but let's pray. That's the important thing. Father, we just come this evening, first of all, just thankful for the privilege of drawing before you and stopping for a few moments to reflect on you as our Creator and Lord. Father, we are thankful that you watch over us, you care for us, you want to be involved in our lives. That is such a privilege. Lord, this evening I know there's plenty of business for these leaders to deal with, and we thank you that you're here among them to lead them and guide them. Lord, we thank you for Mr. Johnson and his years of service to this city. We just ask that you would bless him in retirement. Father, as we look at the days ahead that are coming, the weather they're predicting, we ask that you would just give your divine protection to everyone in this city, especially to those who are emergency responders. We ask that you would keep them safe. Lord, we know you allow events like this. We know these tests are designed to strengthen us. So we ask that as we go through whatever is ahead, that you would let us shine with faith in you and love for our fellow man. Lord, as they do the business this evening, let your presence be known. Guide them in everything. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, sir. Item number 3 is audience participation. If there is an item on the agenda you wish to speak about, please see the city secretary, and you can speak on any posted item. Item 4 is the consent agenda. A is action regarding minutes of January 18th. B is action regarding resolution 2022-1, calling a general election to elect city council place 1, place 3, and place 5 to be held May the 7th. Any questions, comments? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
And I'll second that.
Dr. Say, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Excellent. Let the record reflect we do have a quorum. All are present. Thank you all for coming out, folks. Moving forward, item number 5, Aquatic Center update. This is exciting. Vicki Weldon, let's go swimming.
All right. I have good news and bad news. I just wanted to get your attention.
You got it.
All righty. Well, I've got a little PowerPoint. As you can see that the Aquatic Center, are you doing the clicky? Yeah, oh, I was going to say, that's delayed. Catch. All right. Welcome. All right. Now, as you know, we suffered a lot of damage during the winter storm. That's what we've been dealing with. The good news is that the repairs are coming along. So, are you clicking? No. All right. So through the weekly reports that have been, the monthly reports, weekly reports that have been submitted to Keith from the updates that I've gotten, they've been passed on to council. So we'll just start from there where we're at today. Where we're at today is we're waiting for the temperatures to be 45 to 55 so that it can be plastered. All the hollow has been removed. The plaster is the next step, so to be acid washed, prepared for, power wash and acid wash for the bond coat. That will take 2 days to do. We're looking for a week of above temperatures to get this done. So he said in the next few weeks, it'll be done. So that's the good news. Once we have the plaster in, acid wash, then the pool will be filled. Because it's plaster, it's going to have to be filled very quickly. Then the filtration system will start. That's where we don't know what other damage that we're looking at, because that has not been turned on since the winter storm. So any unseen pipes, the sand filters, we don't foresee anything, but we can't, we can't predict that. Once the filtration system starts, then it's going to be brushed and cleaned. The painting and refurbishing has been done. You can see on the pictures of how much work has been done. So this is going to look better than it ever has looked. These were repairs that needed to be done just because of the age, and now we're going to have all new plaster. So the chlorine tank will be filled. Additional costs that we may be looking at that we don't know: damage to pipes, pump injectors, sand filter compromised. The outside has been painted. It just needs to be touched up. The deck will be power washed. I think that's where we're at. That's the good news, because we've got crews doing what they know how to do, from the painting to the doors being replaced to the plaster being put in. All of this is being done by crews that know what they're doing, and they're on target. I think where our problem's going to be is finding staff for the pool. So once we get it open, there's no doubt that pool will have water in it and be beautiful and be ready to open. We're having a job fair for our summer staff. We're having two, one on February 19th and one on March the 5th. And we are... it's just not competitive in pay. I think that it's not going to be a matter of getting lifeguards certified. It's going to be a matter of how much the city is willing to pay. And, in 2019, we had 30 lifeguards on staff. We had 8 customer service just at the pool. That doesn't include our summer camp staff. And with that, for the pool to run safely, we've never had a fatality at that pool, and this is not the time to, reduce staff or to make choices that opening the pool would be unsafe. So we need a full staff of lifeguards. We need them, they will be certified, they will be trained, but to open it safely, we need the lifeguards. So hopefully with the job fair, the pay, like I said, there's so much competition on fast food places that are paying, $10, $15 an hour. So we're in competition with that. I think that it's going to be an uphill battle.
What are we offering as pay for the lifeguards?
For pay for the lifeguards, I think it is $12. Let me look. 9? Yeah. Oh, yeah. 12 is what other cities pay. We don't.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, just want to share some information. Vicki gave a great overview with our youth council a couple weekends ago, just this same presentation. The last year we were in full operation was the summer of 2019. We had a pretty normal year, good year. I want to remind everybody that the Aquatic Center is not a moneymaker. We do well just to cover our costs. So in 2019, we actually were about $12,000 in the hole, and that's just for operating expenses. That's not maintenance. So in light of the market, which is really competitive, you have probably seen the ads in the city. Taco Casa is paying $13 an hour plus. We really think that's going to be an issue. We may have to come back to you in the future and recommend a fee increase for use of the pool just to try to cover our costs. So keep in mind that doesn't cover the capital and the wear and tear replacements that you see. And as Vicki mentioned, there may be more once they uncover.
What is the fee schedule now?
Pardon me?
What is the fee schedule now?
That would be back in 2020. I don't have that in front of me. But we charge for residents a reduced rate,
right,
and for non-residents a higher rate. For swim lessons, we charge resident, non-resident, but there was only a $10 difference. So that's something that you may want to raise up swim lesson costs, the rental of the pool, the rental of pavilions. Those things will have to have a full staff for us to be able, swim lessons won't be as much of a problem, but to rent the pool after hours still requires a full staff of lifeguards. So if we're going to have the lifeguards, are we going to rent out the pool for private parties or keep it open for the community to use? You know, use our lifeguards if they're limited.
Right.
And so,
So,
Mayor,
go ahead. I'm struggling here a little bit. So, in 2019, what was the total number of staff we needed to run that pool the way it needs to be ran? So, I mean,
38 is what she said.
well, no, but they also said they needed more for this
Oh, yeah.
third, and they never gave me that number. I wrote 20 for lifeguards, 8 for customer service, and then they said the other for the other. So, if we could get the total number,
Well,
then we know.
we generally hire about 36 employees,
Okay.
38.
38.
That's
So
what I got.
38, we're 100% covered. You're not going to come back and say, well, we can't do these other things because you didn't give us enough
Right.
staff.
That would be 30 lifeguards, 8 customer service.
And we're good.
We are.
One of the challenges, and I agree with raising the fees, it's time to do that. The challenge that we have is there's other facilities that are around here that are significantly larger than what we have and have more features, and we can't price ourselves the same as them because if you were going to pay $30 to come to our pool and have what we have, or go pay $30 to go to this massive facility, where would you go?
Right.
So
Well, it depends
we
on-
have to be careful with what we do charge.
Yeah, I agree. So, I mean, the big thing is we can calculate out what the cost was in 2019 for this $9 an hour. What are we going to have to raise it to be able to get these 38 good employees to be able to run this? And then we know. That should be not that hard. Is it $12?
But my question
hour.
is, the rates that we've had them since when? 2018?
We
The rates
actually-
we've never raised the rates, have we?
We raised the rates in fiscal year 1920, but that was COVID year.
That
So
was COVID
we
year.
haven't had it operating with the last time that we've reduced the rates.
Okay, so do you know how much those rates are now?
I don't have the rates
don't
in
have
front of
those?
me,
Okay.
no.
Yeah.
Because like everything else, everything's going up, and the citizens understand that. I mean, I don't want to go sky high, but we have to be able to at least cover the cost of what it costs for the employees and everything. That has to be.
But it also makes absolutely no sense to have a venue like that and then not have the resources to keep it open
Yeah.
for our citizens.
I think she's got the rates right
Yeah,
there.
the daily usage fees, $5 for adults, and this is for residents. Youth, $5, infants are free. And seniors, $3 a day for resident, 65 and up for resident is free.
Okay, so the highest one we have is what, $5?
Well, for resident.
Okay, for non-residents, what is it?
Let's find you. I think it was $8 is what I saw, but let me look on here, non-resident. Oh, $8 a day for adult and youth. Senior, $8, and then super senior, still $8.
Okay, but why would it be so hard not to raise the rates like to $10 a person that live here in Saginaw? Because that's $1 an hour. They're going to stay, or $2 an hour. They're going to stay out there 3 or 4 hours. Where are you going to go swimming for $2 an hour?
The point's well taken, and I think we'll know soon after our job fair, but I think the labor costs, for the sake of a discussion, are probably, I don't think we would hire any lifeguards at $12 an hour. It may be 15, so 20.
Okay, so why
Percent.
don't y'all figure for like 15 and
Yes.
find a medium?
Correct.
And see if we can.
And we're gonna
have
have to-
lifeguards at that, and then.
Correct. And that
Go up
would
with
be
the
our
rates.
recommendation, is to raise the fee, which,
Because a lot of people will just pay a little bit extra to stay here in town because
Yep.
this is our city.
and it's convenient, it's a nice size,
Yeah.
easy to get in and out. The staff is lovely, I might add, so.
Yes.
Thank
And,
you.
and correct me if I'm wrong, the summer, for lack of a better, the youth interns that we had, they were making, I believe, $12 an hour.
Okay.
And that they don't, it doesn't require them to have any certification to do that, where it does require our lifeguards.
Okay, so we need to find a happy medium, and then we can raise the rates, because I promise you, people will still come.
Oh, I know.
Right, especially since they hadn't used it in 2 years.
Those rates also need to be looked at for the summer camp counselors. We're doing the job fair for summer programs, and the summer camp counselors, 4 years they've been there, paid $9 an hour.
Okay,
And
so
these-
are you still charging just $100 for the daycare part of it?
No, we're charging $125, I believe, and we were looking hopefully to go up to $135. We ran
Okay,
the
but at
numbers.
$150, you're going to be under most of the daycares in town.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm just telling you, you're going to, because I know, but you're going to be under.
Are you sure?
You're going to be underrated, so you could even go up to 150
Yeah,
or
I mean, you could
160.
look
And
at-
let me explain, they're going to do it because, and let me give you a little insight, all the daycares are full. They can't take any more school kids. When those school kids get out of school, they're going to have somewhere to go. Even at $160 a week on a child care in summer camp, that's a good price.
Oh, we're getting calls right now.
Then that's what y'all need
When is the
to
pool
do.
opening? When is the camp registration coming out? So hopefully we'll get some camp counselors because, I'm looking at opening that up to 100 kids this year. I think we can do it. And,
And I know the teachers are going to have to be paid. Do you have to give them in-service or anything? Or do they just?
Nope.
Nope, okay. So you can start them out at $12 or $13 an hour and they'll be okay.
yeah,
They'll be-
that's a big jump from their $7.25
Yes.
start.
Yes.
They would be thrilled.
Yeah.
Are these summer employees, do they work full-time during the summer?
They are under their contract labor, so they're not limited to their hours. They work 120 days.
Okay.
So
And how many hours a day do they work on average?
for summer camp, maybe 9 or 10. We have 2 shifts.
And
So
the lifeguards?
lifeguards would be 2 shifts a day, so 8, 7 hours, depending on swim lessons, after parties, things like that.
Okay, thank you.
But I can come up with averages and numbers.
Have you ever called around to the daycares just to see what they're charging for their summer camps?
We looked at YMCA.
Okay, you can't go by that. You got to
Yeah,
go by daycares.
they were way out of.
Yes, they way out left field. But I tell you what, I got a thing where I've called, and I'll get you the numbers, okay?
Okay, that's
And then that
good.
way y'all can go from there.
Because we got some great kids that have worked for us for years, and
Yeah.
we want to try to keep them.
All right, sounds like the council is okay with looking at raising fees and raising whatever just to pay the kids to get the facilities open. I think that's the council's desire.
I am.
I think that's pretty clear direction. Everybody? Yes, yes, yes. So come back to us with a plan and we'll talk about it.
I'll get you that list.
Is that good?
okay?
All right,
One,
pool's going to look good. It's going to be
before we go,
beautiful.
I,
He's got a question.
Yes.
yeah, I mean, we definitely need to plan, but maintenance, I mean, there was things on there. Have we put in a regular budget of preventive maintenance? And when this gets done, will all the things, when I did a walkthrough with you all, like the steps, that if we didn't get those fixed, it was going to be extremely, is all of that going to be fixed
It's already done.
within this?
Everything now.
It's
Yes.
already done? Okay.
Oh, I did
And
have
are
one.
we instituting a yearly budget of preventive maintenance that gets rolled into our standard budget for this, so that we don't get back into this shape?
We are, but I would say, and once we get the aquatic center up to showroom shape,
Yeah.
the next facility that really needs attention is about the same age as the rec center. So, and given its size and use, those numbers are going to be pretty big, but we've kind of got to do it. So,
But preventive maintenance is every year you got a certain amount of money that goes to fixing little
Understand.
things. And
yep, take care of it before it breaks, which is that's the way I was trained. My dad. Oh, we're not going to do that until it's not working.
Be proactive. Not
That's
reactive.
right.
The winter before COVID happened, we had a really two-page list that our friends in Public Works were going to help us with on that maintenance, and then COVID happened, and the whole world crashed.
Gotcha. Well, that's what everywhere. I have a question. So all this plaster and stuff, you said it had to have a warm week, and so just a scenario. If we get a warm week and you get it all plastered and ready to go, and when you put that water in there and it runs in, the pump doesn't fix and we can't get the parts and it gets cold again, is that going to mess up the plaster?
It will not mess up the plaster because the water will be in there. As long as the plaster is covered with the water, it's going to be okay.
Even
And
if
we
it
keep-
freezes?
It would have to get really cold.
Well, we
But-
got to remember snow
No.
getting.
I think we're going to be okay.
We haven't had a weather event quite like that where
Well, I understand
several days
that.
in a row were below zero.
I
We've had 19. I remember, I think it was when the Cowboys had the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
We did have some damage, not like this, but the temperatures were like in the below 19 for a week.
But you
not
have to
below
remember,
zero.
This is Texas.
And we had power back then.
I
This
know.
time we didn't have any power.
But you have to remember, this is Texas, and Mother Nature gets mad at us sometimes, and so.
And we
that's
have
what
no control
happens.
over that.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so y'all can come back to us with a plan.
And I'll
Excellent.
do that.
Thank you, Vicki.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank y'all. Thank you, Keith. All right, item number 6. At 6:20, we're in a public hearing. Consideration action regarding recommendation for adoption of 2022 Saginaw Comprehensive Plan, ordinance number 2022-02. Rick Trice.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll be brief. It was just a little over 13 months ago that we issued an IPO to Kimley Horn Associates to prepare a comprehensive plan. We had a lot of discussion at that time about the process and engaging the citizens, and I think over the last year there have been multiple workshops. We've reached a diverse and broad spectrum of people in the community, and they've done a really great job producing the document that you have at your dais tonight. I'm going to introduce Abra Nusser, who's going to go ahead and kind of walk you through the plan, and I will say that the Planning and Zoning Commission was enthusiastic about the plan and unanimously recommended approval to City Council at their January 11th meeting.
Well, thank you, Rick, and good evening. This is a big day. We said it'd probably take about a year, and almost a year on the money. So we are happy about that, even with Snowvid and all of that. It is a momentous occasion, and it's something that the community can celebrate, and it's something that you guys can celebrate because I saw all of you at least one of the events, and we've come here for your feedback, and we've had a lot of great feedback through the process. I just realized I don't have the clicker somewhere. But my name's Abra Nusser, and I am now with Peloton Land, but we did finish the project with the same project team. So Maddie and Dana are here with Kimley Horn, and so we've just really enjoyed the process. Although you've seen a lot of these slides before, I did want to present just a high-level overview of some of the plan in case someone in the audience or whatnot has not seen this presentation, so I'll try to be brief. And then Mr. Lawson actually submitted quite a few questions that I'm going to try to run through as briefly as I can, but do want to make sure that those get answered for you guys. And we can discuss any other questions that you have. So this is our general plan elements that are covered in the document. If you haven't read the plan, it's on plansaginaw.com. You can go pull it and scroll through or flip through. And these are the general methods that we had of community engagement. Mr. Trice was mentioning some of those in 2021 and now 2022. The website is important. So we had a community survey that kicked off the process actually during snowpocalypse, or pick your term, and had a great response rate. We did do 2 senior-specific outreach, and I know Councilwoman Big Horse, that was a high priority as we set course. So we got tons of feedback, and they're very excited to talk about traffic and also the Historical Commission. So got some really great feedback in those meetings, and I know Councilwoman Copeland, you were at least at one of them. So thanks for coming. And then we also had a comprehensive plan advisory committee, and at least one of our members is right behind me here, Brack, and he even showed, he was on the panel for Community Forum 3 on Zoom. So we've had a lot of participation from CPAC and got great feedback throughout the process, and they did recommend this plan for approval as well. So in general, this is more of a timeline view. Our process followed a beginning, middle, and end. So as you can see, there were 3 community forums, one in the beginning, one in the middle, and one at the end. Did we get it right? And CPAC followed that same cadence, and we came to you in that same cadence as well. So we are at the public hearing phase tonight for potential adoption. Procedural note, if you guys do have any recommendations for changes in the plan tonight, you can actually still adopt the plan with conditions. So just keep that in mind procedurally as we move forward. This was the approved vision framework that CPAC recommended approval of, and you guys actually approved it at a council meeting, and it's included in the plan. It has three components: what we are deeply passionate about, what we can be the best at, and what fuels our economic engine, just recognizing that we should be operating where they intersect as much as possible. Fiscal and economic vitality has many actions, but one is to restart the quarterly merchant luncheons. I know one of the questions from Mr. Lawson and also in the planning process was about the Chamber of Commerce and why that doesn't exist, why we can't restart it. And, it actually, there's a lot of history, and some of you can probably recite it better than I can. But there are nearby chambers that are fulfilling the functions of that chamber that it used to do. And it was part of what was considered as an action, but it was kind of considered that it would need a lot of energy to be able to be sustained. And that type of energy we did not hear is present for a Chamber of Commerce that is standalone outside of the functions already being provided. But we did want to revive the quarterly merchant luncheons, which we heard were really well received in our forum for feedback and improvement to the economic development of Saginaw, and they've already been restarted, so I love it when the plan starts getting implemented before it even gets approved. That last one there, collaborate with community members to revive the Saginaw Historical Society and construct local landmarks, public art, and heritage education. That was a recommendation that came out of some of those senior-specific engagements, and it was something that we feel would tie into how well the public art has been received with the murals and the history of Saginaw in many respects. This is our draft future land use plan. It's more of a design-based future land use plan than what we had before. So whereas the colors represented specific land uses before, this represents a specific design, a specific function. So most importantly to many residents is the yellow, protecting existing neighborhoods. And what we understand is if you're an established neighborhood, we don't need to kind of show the different lot sizes on a future land use map because that's in zoning. But we want anything that's new coming into those neighborhoods to be compatible, and that's the main goal of that designation. So this is the first one, green space floodplain. It includes more than floodplain. Some of the green areas are actually, park areas, public or private. There is one noted change that I have on another slide, but at the northwest corner of Bailey Boswell and Comanche Springs, it was designated as a private park because it was previously thought to be undevelopable in waters of the U.S. Come to find out through the review process, it worked. Somebody took a look at it and let us know that it actually is quite developable and just has a creek running through it that can be mitigated through drainage structures. So following the same methodology that we utilized, it's pink on the map, neighborhood mixed use, because it's adjacent to residential. So you'll see on the future land use map, that's what we followed in the other areas as well. Existing neighborhoods, I already touched on this, but you can see that Saginaw is a lot of existing neighborhoods, so that's the predominant land use category in Saginaw. Institutional is you can have schools, places of worship, daycare, but we really want to focus on connectivity as we improve our streets and install things through the capital improvements program, just generally trying to connect our institutional uses and provide those safe routes to school. Neighborhood mixed use, I just talked about that, but two-story maximum would be provided in any associated rezoning, which would come after the plan is adopted. This plan is not zoning, and that's very clear to, that's very important to make clear this evening is these are not zoning regulations. They're not going to go into exact uses for each of these future land use designations. This is a visionary document. And one of the things that the city should anticipate as part of the plan's implementation is proactive rezoning of certain pieces. And then as developers come in, you can use this as a tool to say, this was our vision for this property, and this either meets it or doesn't. So keeping that in mind. And also some code updates might be necessary where you're kind of changing some of those zoning districts to more match the vision. West McElroy Boulevard corridor is there in purple. I do apologize if you are colorblind or color impaired, but it's near where we are right now. So just recognizing that this area does have a special place in Saginaw, and it can have its own design as well. Saginaw Boulevard corridor, the heart of really commerce and regional to and through in Saginaw. So the process really talked a lot about the aesthetics and how Saginaw Boulevard looks. Lots about the traffic and the signal timing and all those fun things. But it's envisioned to have multi-story mixed-use development as tall as 4 stories. That doesn't mean all the development's going to be 4 stories. A lot of it's going to be 1 story. But as you see this aging corridor revitalized, the city has the opportunity to set that standard and really put some exciting projects together. Eastern Gateway is on Bluebound, and although it is designated for mixed use consistent with the other designations, it's not currently being used that way, but we've got to be future thinking and say, if a developer comes in with multiple parcels in this area, what do we want? It is a gateway in Saginaw, and how can we best utilize the land? So that's what Eastern Gateway is recommending. Community mixed use are those areas, unlike the pink, they are not adjacent to existing residential. So that's the difference between the pink and the red. The red can have a bit of a higher intensity because it's not having that residential adjacency that the pink has. Pink should be more neighborhood services, quieter, and more quaint type development instead of the community mixed use, which can be some of the entertainment destinations that people have clamored for throughout the process. Really wanting a skating rink and bowling and top golf and all sorts of ideas that people have had. Railroad-oriented mixed use are those areas on the current future land use map and zoning map is gray, right? But what we're recognizing here is that Saginaw's existing rail sidings and the rail are big assets to Saginaw, and a lot of communities would kill for the sidings, like I've told you before, that you guys have from an industry perspective. But also, they can be fun, having destination-type development that plays off the historic architecture of the mills and those type of things. So this is a sampling of your land use and design. Number 1, update the zoning and subdivision codes to coincide with comprehensive plan. That's not tonight. That's your biggest plan recommendation from any comp plan is you've got to put the vision into regulation or it won't happen. And you've also got to make certain investments, right, on the economic development side and infrastructure side. And then we did hear a lot of feedback on the post office. The city does not own the post office, and neither does the federal government in this case. So the action is to explore options, basically with the property owner, to see what can be done to beautify the property and maybe modernize it a bit. This is our draft master thoroughfare plan. There were a couple changes. I think they are noted on another slide, but they are minor and really not very substantive in nature. But new connections have been added to this since your last comp plan. So that's exciting that the mobility in Saginaw can be improved by new connections. And that's one of the key things that we set out to achieve based on community feedback was traffic. And one of the ways to address that is to provide new connections and upgrade some of your existing roadways to hold more capacity. So that's actually one of the recommendations. Here's a couple of sampling here. We did get a question also from Mr. Lawson about the feasibility study for the grade separated crossing at McElroy and the railroads. To our knowledge, a feasibility study has not been completed. It's been discussed, but a formal study about the options for a grade separated crossing have not really been broached in a technical fashion from A to Z. So that's what that is. And if it comes to be that it doesn't make sense logistically from a technical, how much up and down you would have to have, or other technical considerations, you could actually see if there were other design improvements that could improve the function of that intersection and definitely smooth it out, which I remember was a comment as well. Utilities and infrastructure, wanted to highlight here something that gets overlooked sometimes, but it's about looking at some of our older areas. And that's a recommendation in the plan, is not new lines and greenfield development, but looking at some of our existing neighborhoods and older properties and rehabbing those water lines, sewer lines, to protect Saginaw's investment from a maintenance perspective. Also burying those overhead utility lines. It's very expensive and would cause more construction, but it's something that would really be nice. So explore the costs and logistics, figure out what the process is, figure out how much it would cost, and really put some pen to paper as to what it would take. And then city services and facilities. Wanted to highlight here that we are recommending, based on feedback, that the city hire a city events coordinator. It's a lot of time for staff to coordinate the events now, and Saginaw's events are being very well received. So the community wants more and more and more. So, it's really important as the city evolves to really formalize that function. And you might need more than one, but start with one so that, you can have a go-to person for events. And then organize and accomplish one annual citywide beautification event. Mr. Lawson, I think we were mentioning this earlier. There was a recommendation in the plan about recycling. And we heard that multiple times. I'm not sure where a disconnect was, but we are okay to actually remove that action to get more recycling, because it was our impression that there was a gap in service. Upon talking and researching, I don't think there's as much of a gap in service as we were thinking. And this annual citywide beautification event would accommodate or address the feedback that I went back and looked at on the sticky notes, and just general cleanup was a comment. And then implementation.
On that,
go ahead.
I definitely know citizens have asked for bigger containers for their
The toters for their house, yeah. Yeah.
So to me, we could enhance what we already have. We don't need a brand new one.
And also, a lot of residents at apartment complexes don't have recycling opportunities. So, and that was huge, because I know several
Have 2 buckets.
residents over at Mariposa said they take their recycle over to friends of theirs that live in neighborhoods, and that's how they accomplish their recycling.
I think maybe one thing that you guys consider with your motion or with your consideration is rewording it to require new developments moving forward to accommodate recycling. I know McKinney does that. It would be up to them with the service provider to actually coordinate the service, but at least the dumpster enclosure would accommodate the extra recycling container. With existing developments, it's harder, but the city could theoretically provide some sort of container for the apartment complexes to put at the mail kiosk, is what we have seen.
What would it require to have existing apartments and stuff, require them to start providing?
We've actually
recycling?
run that down before. What you find is that the site's already laid out, right? So you've got 6 dumpster enclosures, they've got a fence around them, and they've got gates. Well, they're right into a drive aisle or a fire lane, and then you've got parking around it. There's not really room to provide another dumpster enclosure right next to it for recycling on most of the sites. So really you would be looking at providing apartment complexes resources to put it at the mail kiosk area. Not perfect, but... And also, I have heard of the city partnering with a recycling vendor that's servicing the city to have some public recycling locations as well. But that's a more detailed thing. We could actually reword the action to explore those things.
And further on down the line, I've heard that the cost of sending recyclable type materials to China has just escalated, and a lot of businesses just don't do it. So they take a lot of the recycled materials and put them into landfills. I don't know if we do that or not, but why should our people be paying for recycling if it's going to go to the landfill because we can't ship it over to China.
I believe the city pays of the service based on number of dwelling units or this and that, and it doesn't increase based on what the vendor is doing with the refuse once they get it. But Gabe.
Yeah, so Councilmember Big Horse correct. The commodity value of, in a previous lifetime, I was in a public works department, and solid waste and recycling was one of my groups. The commodity value of the recyclables is not there because China used to be the biggest buyer, and they said no. So really the only thing that is really worthwhile for the recyclers is like office-type paper and cardboard. Things like plastics are very low value. They are not landfilled. They're still brought to a MRF, which is a material recycling facility. But what you're paying for with the recycling is the cost of picking it up. The point as far as residential recycling, we have the bins, which we happen to, at our house, we're big recyclers. We have 3, and each week we have those 3 pretty full. So you, a homeowner can have multiple bins. If we were to go into containerized service, that's a different ball game. It's cheaper because it's far more efficient, but you would, Dolph reminded me our trash and recycling survey we did a couple years ago. People overwhelmingly like their twice-a-week trash and the service as is. So that's kind of, these are things we can look at in the future, though.
We discussed that a couple of years ago, and the council was against it.
Yeah.
Was against that, the big giant.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't want the big giant container
Well, no.
once a week, but we could still do it
Right.
every 2 weeks.
It wasn't that it was against the big giant container, because I was, they were against being like Fort Worth, and they were absolutely against going to once a week. But they would like a single bigger container just for the recycling.
Yeah, not for the trash though.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
to me, it wouldn't be a huge jump to say, okay, we're going to get rid of these 3 or 4 little aggravating cart carrying things and just go to one nice, bigger container with wheels that you can roll out.
We can ask WCA for kind of an estimate. We can get you that information. The cost for that service is it's a mechanical. It's
Right.
mechanized, so an arm
Actually, it'd
grabs
be
it.
better because it's
Yeah,
all automated.
right. And it only requires a driver as opposed to manual collection. Now you have crews jumping out. Far safer too.
So that sounds like it's a win-win for them and a win-win for us.
It could be. I mean, there's an upfront cost to purchase the carts that you can amortize over time. But again, something we can look at if that's a desire.
And by the way, I actually did some research on this. Of the stuff that goes into your recycling cans, on average, this was a kind of nationwide, only about 23 to 25% of it actually get recycled. Yeah. The number one things is bulk cardboard, aluminum,
contamination.
copper. Everything else actually costs them to recycle.
And the trouble Abra kind of mentioned, if we were to have public drop-off sites, they're great in theory, but they're abused. And people dump food waste, and if you have a dirty load, it can't go to the recycling facility. It goes to landfill. So.
And people steal your cans and copper and everything if you put it in there anyway. So. Yeah.
All the good stuff.
I know, yeah.
But that's why you see the extensive signage on those teal and yellow ones at the schools. They're only for the school. It's
Yeah.
not a public site, so
Yeah.
that's why you don't see more.
Well, they took this schools away.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then implementation and monitoring, just recognizing that we have key partners. The plan actually has some grant and funding ideas. But on the city side, your main financing tool is your capital improvements program and your operating budget. So it's very important as we move forward. In the implementation section, I know this was one of your questions as well, is prioritization and how are we going to use it? The actions are actually, they have short-term, mid-term, long-term associated with them, and then they have conceptual level of cost. So if you sort that table by short-term at the top and $1 sign at the top, those are your low-hanging fruit, right? Short-term and cheap. Some of them are free. So those are the ones you want to achieve first. They are maximums. So if it is long-term and the city wants to do it next year, that's fine. See it all the time. Something changes, a property becomes available, any number of things can change, but it's just an idea. It's a guide to help you try to implement the plan. Public hearing process updates. As Mr. Trice said, P&Z unanimously recommended the draft for approval on the 11th of January. The West McElroy corridor was changed to an interim designation on the master thoroughfare plan where it is designated a municipal collector, just recognizing that it's under redesign. Number of lanes for major collector was reduced to 3 lanes from 4, since the ones that are currently underway have 3 lanes. So it made sense to put those down at 3. And then northwest corner I already talked about. And then standard notes were added to the future land use map and the master thoroughfare plan, just to understand future land use map is not zoning. And master thoroughfare plan, if it's greenfield development, those alignments are conceptual. So they're not parcel based on that map at the time. So last but not least, questions and discussion. Adoption of the comprehensive plan is the action for consideration this evening. I did hear one condition of approval about the recycling toters and maybe exploring new construction potential for requiring recycling accommodations. Would like to run through Mr. Lawson's questions, or Mayor, I can take your questions first. It's up to you how you guys would like to.
You got a list, go ahead and run through.
Okay. So first of all, on page 14, like demographics and market, the question is, how do we stack up to other cities generally? And that really wasn't part of our scope of work, is to evaluate other cities. But what is relevant is, some of those indicators had Tarrant County comparisons associated with them on pages 14 through 18, just so you can see how Saginaw stacks up to Tarrant County. And then as you compare yourself to other cities, you would really just need to have an objective and figure out what your apples to apples is for whatever that indicator is. So, it wasn't provided, but don't know if you wanted to talk about that more.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard. I mean, Tarrant County, it's like comparing us to the whole United States. I mean, it's really and truly, we're competing for resources and people moving in, things like that, against the neighborhood, the other cities right around us, the Kellers, the Watagas, Haltom City, whoever. And so the problem is, in order to see how we're doing and how we're stacking up, and are we providing equal services and things, it's kind of nice to see that, because Tarrant County is a big thing. There's some very bad neighborhoods, and there's some extremely rich areas. So that's why I was wanting to see, the general area.
Yeah, I mean, it would depend, but that level of detail for adjacent cities or other cities wasn't included. But what we did include is a lot of stuff about who lives in Saginaw and what your trade area can capture. And that's really what we discussed with the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee and through some of the forums is, what do your Esri Tapestry segments say about who lives here and what they want to see? And then we compared that to the feedback we received, which is exactly the same. Esri has it down to a science, almost to a creepy extent. But, focusing your actions on those lifestyle habits and what people want to spend their money on is kind of how we utilize that information.
Well, I mean, one of the things on here is people normally are creatures of habit. If they're going out to Heritage Trace, they're going to continue going to Heritage Trace unless something causes them not to. So to me, knowing this, what our other cities are providing and stuff, then we can come in and say, here's a differentiator. Here's what they're not doing that we can do.
Now, we
and
did
go
do
after
that in the process. Is the community differentiator part of the process is, okay, here's kind of what's around you. We've got these recreational assets in the northwest. We've got a trail that is very, very close in the northeast that could just use that little connection and could have a lot of benefits from a recreation perspective. You've got the airport. We've got the rail and what's going on the rail and what could come on the rail. All of those types of things were factored into the process in terms of how we developed those community differentiators with the advisory committee. So, when we came to you with the vision framework, that's part of the exercise too. And I know that was one of your other comments about excellent schools. Well, that was a resounding theme throughout the process. Can the city change the school system? Well, no, not directly, but the city can partner with the school system. We can communicate with the school system. We can provide safe routes to school. All those types of things the city can influence. So that's why CPAC and when we came for the vision framework, that's why it was included, the school system part. The next one was about population projections, just very exact numbers and questions, and was able to talk to Mr. Lawson before the meeting as well. Unfortunately, in this context, since Saginaw is approaching build out, there's no black and white formula we can give you with, this property is going to redevelop and this property's not. You don't really have a lot of greenfield development that is not entitled already. So you've got some greenfield pieces or that have dirt moving, but they've got a planned development district on them. And then the ones that are left are pretty small, not very big. So what you're going to see moving forward is redevelopment and demolition of existing structures and adaptation of, Saginaw Boulevard corridor and those types of things. There's no magical formula we can give you to say, what ratio of that redevelopment is going to be owner occupied and whatnot. So we applied a 2% growth trend, which is what Saginaw has seen historically. And that growth in number would be from redevelopment, generally speaking, and maybe a couple infill projects that are greenfield that you have left.
So let me go over some numbers here. I mean, what you stated in here, the 2%, whether it's just a thing, that we're going to increase, our build out will be we will increase by about 37%, okay? So these people got to live somewhere. So now we're saying that we built out all the single individual homes. So then that means we're either going to build condos, apartments, something like that. So that answers one of my questions is, all of this has to be redeveloped. We have to kind of either tear something down or build something like the belt mill, something like that we're putting it in. And so that does answer that question. And then the second thing to me why I was asking this is, 37%, a lot more people to put on our roads. So the thing is I didn't see in the comprehensive plan where we would address that 37%.
Now, we have the number down as 12% growth in 20 years, not 37, so I'm not sure what the disconnect is on math, but how we're addressing growth is per topic, right? Yeah. So mobility and connectivity, there's strategies in there about new connections, improved roadway connections, and redesign of roadway connections to add walking and biking facilities that are not currently in place. There's a strategy, I know this is one of your other questions too, about passenger rail. Yeah. Is it pie in the sky? No, not in Dallas-Fort Worth, not in the whole country, not in the world. Passenger rail, if you have any tracks, is not pie in the sky. And Amtrak, is available and all that. So having a station location, just evaluated. Would it be at the old train depot? Would it be near the mills? Just taking a look and seeing, how Saginaw could position itself. It doesn't have to be passenger rail in the standard sense. It could be a destination train like Grapevine has. So evaluating those multimodal options in Saginaw's future is going to be important, but also just small, low-hanging fruit like trying to get TxDOT to improve the signal timing on Saginaw Boulevard. Those things can really make a difference. So those are kind of some examples of how to accommodate that new growth.
So to me, as a council, this is very important. We need to understand exactly for a comprehensive plan, how do we want our city to build out and move? Or, are we okay with these condo apartment complex things? I'm not saying I'm against it or for it, I'm just saying we need to realize that, and I absolutely do agree with that we need to start setting ordinances one way or another to get the city to move in the direction we want it to. Or else developers will come in and they'll do it the way they want it done.
So, Mr. Mayor, I might add, and this goes to a work plan item, I am recommending to you that we initiate city-initiated rezoning of the few vacant parcels that are not under development now. Have somebody at Peloton I might recommend for the job. So the few tracts that we have left that are mixed use are already zoned and entitled. So the big ones you are aware of, Belt Mill, which you've seen all the dirt moving.
Yeah.
So that the zoning and the people are going to come there. We call it, the Levon White tract, which is Blue Mountain, McElroy. That just sold, and it's already zoned. About half of that tract, 76 acres, is multifamily, and it's been zoned that way for a long time. And then, let's see, the next project that's under construction currently would be the Square. There's a small multifamily component there. So the corner of Bailey Boswell and 156 is already under construction, probably will be in occupancy within the next couple months. We have a few other projects in the pipeline that are already zoned. So it is very much known on the residential side what's coming. On the single-family residential side, we only have one single-family subdivision that is under construction with maybe 80 lots left. The McBee, is that a ballpark estimate? Probably 80 lots. Belt Mill will have maybe 200 single-family lots. So our single-family build-out is a little more immediate. Okay. But again, and you'll hear this in a few minutes from me, I think it's really important to take the pieces that are not under contract now, think about them thoughtfully, about what the desires residents express in the comprehensive plan, work with the property owner. Property owners have rights, especially in Texas, and figure something out that everybody is excited to see in the future.
And there's a lot of different ways, that you can implement the zoning side of implementation. There's cities that, I'm not recommending this, but there's cities that rezone anything that doesn't conform right after a comprehensive plan update. They send out notifications, they work with property owners, and in most cases, it gives them more flexibility to modernize a zoning district. And they can do more with their land, not less. There might be some areas where one or two uses are removed, like tire recapping, something like that. But in most cases, once the property owner reviews the proposed change, they're usually okay with it because they're allowed more flexibility, and it's a more modern take for their property if it's undeveloped. But I think that's a bridge that we can cross with implementation. But heard about multifamily, I think that's been a resounding theme throughout the project. One of the things that we heard was about the height, right? So the original proposal was 10 stories on the rail, because why not? And so through the process, the community and CPAC said, I don't think 10 stories sounds right. We want to keep the view of the mills, don't want any 10-story apartment complexes, so it was taken down. And that's the process at work to make sure that it's a form and intensity that the community would like to see. Okay, we can circle back to that if y'all have more questions. There was a question about page 34, what's meant by creating and sustaining housing choices. In general, the 3 fiscal rules of thumb, and that's one of them, providing a great housing mix helps Saginaw be economically competitive long term. But also what we know is that mixed use zoning yields the highest revenue per acre, hands down, from traditional archaic zoning where you've got just 1 or 2 uses, generally speaking. So there are strategies in here that do provide more walkable context and neighborhood services and shops and restaurants and coffee within walking distance of neighborhoods. That's the goal that we heard from the community and throughout the process. So this is part of that, is to really provide that housing mix in type, price. You got to have workforce housing, right? So you can't just have all executive, multi-million-dollar housing units. That's going to crash your economy. So it's about economic diversification on the residential side, especially since you have so much residential.
One of the things, I'll bring this up here, is we definitely, I'm not being on the council long, but the most contentious thing we voted for was the rental house neighborhood. Now, since then, I have total rumors, but I'll spit it out there. I've heard that there's like 3 more in the pipes somewhere's coming through. That definitely tweaked my ear, and I definitely know that last one that went through was very
Emotional.
very emotional, very, very high, and rightly so. It's something that we've never done before. I think the verdict is out on whether it'll be successful or a good thing for Saginaw. But I definitely think on things like that, this comprehensive plan, if we hear stuff like that, we got to get in front of it, and we have to decide again as a city: do we want those? We got one that can be our trial run.
We're going to have 2. There's one out at Bell Mill.
Okay, so now we got 2. If we got 3 more coming, So these are, again, the reasons I put some of this stuff in is because and ask questions to put it out there. Because, again, this is our comprehensive plan. And coming out of this, I'm assuming there's going to be changes and things that we need to do. And definitely stuff like that is, if it's coming down the pipe, we need to, again, get in front of it as council members.
So there are multiple, councils and cities dealing with the same product type.
Right.
And what we're seeing is that cities are adding it to their schedule of uses as a specific product type. You've got single-family structures on a multifamily lot. You define it, and you choose where it can go. Right. And so that's an option that you have for implementation with those zoning updates.
Yeah, and that's where, I'll be honest, when you start getting into stuff like that, I'm a duck out of water. I know that's not my forte, and I need help on the council from Gabe and his committee and other people on the council that is that to help point the rest of us that don't know that how we go about even tackling that. So
sure.
To me, that's what I want. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So go ahead. Sorry.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the way our zoning stands right now, if another one of those developments wish to come through, I believe they would have to ask for a zoning change. They wouldn't necessarily have to. This one did ask for a planned development, so that involved a zoning change, which we, City Council, would have the authority to not allow the zoning change. But are you saying some could come in without a zoning change?
Yeah, under multifamily,
Okay.
under the land that's already zoned for multifamily use because it's far less dense than the traditional. So, yeah, it's a new product.
They wouldn't need our approval.
That's correct.
If it was allowed if it was a multifamily zoned
Correct.
property.
But again, the tracts that are left that would attract mixed-use developments, we're talking about 3. And they're known, they're already in development now. So there's a couple other pieces that we may have interest from either a multifamily or a single family for rent, but very few at this point.
Those smaller tracts, they're not going to get the best return on that product. So, the smaller tracts, you're going to see townhome type stuff. And there's another product type out there that's townhomes on one lot. So it's, there's pros and cons, and it's got to be evaluated sometimes on a site-specific basis. But again, that's an option that you guys have in the zoning process, is to make it its own use and determine what the review and consideration would be for it.
Yeah, and the reason I brought that up is I don't like to be reactive, and I can tell you when I was working on it, I was 100% reactive. I would much rather be proactive, and that's why I bring that up now. If we know that this is a potential, we ought to create a new zoning or whatever it takes and decide which way we want to go our city and fix it now.
So we already talked about the schools. It's part of the vision framework, and that's why it was in there about, having excellent schools. It was a very constant theme throughout the feedback, and it's part of what we heard makes Saginaw Saginaw is great schools and the partnership there. Chamber of Commerce we discussed, and next one was about page 37, action 4.8, about the school district partnership action, maybe looking for a grant opportunity and whatnot. We just heard consistently throughout the process how important schools were, and just to repeat myself a little bit, the city can only do so much from a direct standpoint, so really it's about communication and partnership with the school district to improve quality of life. And as your school system improves, so does your economy. And so it's an economic development tool for the city directly to have a great school system. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's a partnership action. Page 69, the passenger rail action, already discussed that one.
On that one, is there any, does anybody have off the top of their head? I'm sure you probably don't, but Rick, maybe you do. I'll throw him. How much it costs per mile for them to put in a rail like the Tex rail?
Like that you would put next to your existing rail or interlining?
Well, you can't put Tex rail on the existing rail. Even if you do, BNFS has priority.
You can. It's definitely not easy.
It's
and
not
it's
easy,
very limited.
and they have priority.
Yeah, so there's a lot of ways to peel that orange. There's not only options to get you from A to B, but also there's a multitude of options for vehicle types that have different considerations.
Okay.
So, but you're looking at millions and millions of dollars to put a parallel track. Well, you have to pay for the sidings too. Each turn-in is $2 million. Okay. So you're looking at $4 million just for 2 turn-ins. But you guys have sidings. So
Yeah, what?
you have sidings.
Yes.
So a vehicle can theoretically pull in and back out. So there's a lot of different
Okay, I was
considerations.
just wondering.
Yep. But it's definitely not unreachable over the next 20 years to initiate some sort of exploration of what you guys would like to do. Page 100, how the Saginaw Parks are determined regional leaders. I think that's just talking about the vision framework and how the Parks and Recreation system is something that we determined through the process that we're deeply passionate about. So it was the #1 identified strength of Saginaw. And so in terms of what other cities have versus what Saginaw has, I've worked in a community where they didn't have one public park. I've worked in communities where they have a swing set. I've worked in, a wide variety in North Texas where, communities would give their left arm for, the type of parks and recreation amenities that you guys have here. Also, you have a lot of acreage of park. Compared to the size of your city. And so your level of service is great, especially on the west side. On the east side, we're recommending a park so that you improve your level of service on the east side. But you've got great assets on the Parks and Rec side. Page 102, about HOAs receiving representation and not others. We actually worded it in a way, it says partner with local HOAs and neighborhood leaders.
Okay.
So if there wasn't an HOA, then people could be involved in the neighborhood type level of planning. Not house, not block, but your neighborhood.
Yeah,
So it's just a forum.
The thing is, there, you can tell, I don't got nothing wrong with anybody who lives in an HOA. I just never will. That I guarantee there's more people in Saginaw than not that don't want HOAs driving their ordinances and stuff.
Sure.
So that's the concern there, is that get lopsided, you get HOAs wanting to turn Saginaw Greater into an HOA city. We don't want that.
A city starts evolving like Saginaw is, where you're approaching build out, we actually like to see neighborhood associations. And a lot of people call neighborhood associations HOAs. But it's that neighborhood unit where you can organize a block party, you can make sure people know when it's time to vote, you can do crime watches. There's all sorts of things at the neighborhood level when you get to this maturity of your city that we actually want to see. And a lot of it is neighborhood based. You know, if there's a problem in an area, a lot of times, you know, all the neighbors right there know about it. It's one pothole. So, you know, it's just it's an opportunity to just provide an extra forum. Pages 109 to 121 has 103 proposed actions. Are we committing to do all this? And I think that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, is the prioritization. They're short-term, mid-term, long-term. They've got conceptual levels of cost to kind of help you guide that implementation. But you really want to start knocking those short-term $1 signs off, and then short-term $2 signs. And they're just guideposts, but they're prioritized based on feedback and how easy they are and how cheap they are. So that's your low-hanging fruit. But you would, to answer your question directly, you are committing to do all these actions over the next 20 years. So, you know, how that happens is, you know, up to the implementation component. But you also need to consider that you will be updating this plan again in 5 years. So you've got to refresh, take a look at it again, see what's going on, keep the pulse, and make adjustments to your priorities at that time.
So yeah, I did the numbers. So it's 35 short-term actions, which is 3 years or under. 34 midterm actions, which I think is 4 to 6 years. 26 long-term items, which I think is greater than 7. And then there was some inbred, but there's 8 ongoing. So I guess if this gets approved, Gabe, then it falls to you to prioritize these and report back to us on, start making sure that we do what we're signing up to do, right?
Appears to be job security, I think.
Yeah.
Keep me busy. No, we'll talk at a future item on the work plan, which all of these things in different pieces tie to our, you know, we do it one bite at a time, 1 year at a time, as the council agrees.
The process at work. I love it. But it should coincide with your budget process and your strategic planning process, and that's how it's meant to function.
So on the park thing, I'm assuming the long-term plan of the park, which is getting rolled out and worked on, or
the Parks and Recreation Master Plan?
Right, yeah. That rolls in and ties into these things you're talking about.
Yes, so the plan is consistent with that. There's even an exhibit that goes along with that effort, but yes, it rolls up. So comp plan is at your highest, broadest level of vision, and I know you've got another question about that too. You know, and then you've got your Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which takes a look at each park specifically, looks at your levels of service and what your amenities are at each park, and plans for what's to come. So one of those, a couple of those would be your Little Fossil Creek Park on the east side of the city, which is currently a bunch of floodplain, but they've got some HOA adjacency improved areas there. And then you asked about west side, the Willow Creek Park, and that's where that analysis comes in, is that Parks and Recreation Master Plan. But did want to highlight, people love that park. There's not a lot of actions about that park because it's very well received. So really you're looking at funding and structuring maintenance properly. So we have made a recommendation that, you know, you evolve existing staff into a formal Parks and Recreation department, so that you know, there's not as much double dipping, but you'll still have public works staff helping, from time to time for a heavy lift. But okay. So FEV 1.1, the fire station property, the public-private partnership, and the conceptual level of cost indicated is $4 signs. That's the total level of cost. So that project can easily cost over $1 million.
Now, was that cost to us or just
No.
overall cost of the
No,
project?
and it's conceptual.
Okay, gotcha.
So if you get a development that comes in and it wants to build some fancy two-story amazing thing, the most amazing thing you guys have ever dreamed of, and the private sector wants to put the whole thing in, and maybe you don't contribute a cent. So there's so many ways that could turn out. The first step is to just look at the existing conditions, make a bubble map of kind of how it could develop conceptually, and then start talking to developers about it.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Because
then
when I
the
looked at
city's-
it, I
city's
interpret
cost can
that as
also-
city cost.
Right, well, it's project cost, and also, the city would be on the hook for any public art, maybe, that
Right.
you wanted to install with that if it was a sculpture dedicated to the firefighters or something
Right.
like that. But, again, you can put in a $20,000 sculpture, or you can put in a really, really fancy one, so it depends on what you want to do at that time. FEV 1.4. Why would it take 4 to 6 years to add these indicators? That's your economic development reporting on job growth and whatnot. Short answer is it doesn't have to, but it shouldn't take longer than 6 years. So it would depend on staff capacity and just the ability to set up that reporting. Sometimes you need special licenses to software to pull that data.
We're just talking about KPAs and KPIs, right? Is what you're talking
Yes.
about? Yeah, I mean, that should be a slam dunk. I mean, in the private sector, we do it all the time. I mean,
Indeed, we
I
do.
can have a KPA and a KPI implemented in a week.
Yep. There's a lot of considerations on the public side. Having worked in both, I can say this. You can have a plan to do something in a week, and then Snowvid happens.
Right.
And then you drop everything because the community needs you. But even on the daily, you can have a list of 3 things, but you spend 3 hours talking to somebody in the conference room because they're upset about snakes in their backyard. So, there's a lot that goes in, and so it's a maximum. It's definitely some low-hanging fruit for sure. It can be done sooner.
I had a note down there, and it's something I thought Gabe or somebody mentioned about having back. It was back when the ice cream parlor went out, and just couldn't make the numbers match, and we had talked about other cities had like little vendor areas that the city had built and put them in. And I didn't see anywhere that was mentioned in this
I
comprehensive
would
plan.
love to direct you to FEV 4.5.
4.5. Okay.
I got your number here. FEV 4.5 talks about small business incubators and live
Oh,
work
okay. So that's
units.
what you meant.
Yep.
Okay.
Funny term.
Yeah.
You-
I understood
you
incubators,
incubate
but
the little business
yeah,
until
right.
it grows
Gotcha.
into a chick or whatever.
Cool.
Or no, a chicken. I don't know. So yes, on that for sure. And that's a really helpful strategy that the city can do. And sometimes that's public-private partnership as well. If you look at what DeSoto has done with the Grow DeSoto Marketplace, phenomenal experience in return that's having on the economy. And that was public-private. Nonprofit as well. So 3 sectors. Some of these are just comments. We talked about that. Software program, MC 2.6, talking about a software program for pavement assessment, signage, and curb analysis. Once the assessment has been completed, you check that one off. So it's just keeping it on the radar until it's complete. Yep. Trail map for future trails, east and west connections. Do they ever meet? So in a community that's bisected by rail, you're looking at your rail crossings. And so Bailey Boswell is your biggest connection. If you take a look at the feasibility of Saginaw Boulevard and McElroy at the train tracks, the action, part of that feasibility needs to be pedestrian connectivity, but you don't have a lot of options here for pedestrian connectivity. There's a way to go under the tracks. It's expensive. BNSF does not like it. But that's something that the city could explore, but you're better off taking your chances on that at grade crossing or at Saginaw Boulevard and McElroy.
So when we did the evaluation to put the bridge across, why wouldn't we just add that on?
For McElroy, and I mean, it would be included.
Figure out something.
We can explicitly state it though and say, comma, including pedestrian connectivity.
Yeah.
Sure.
That would get
If you guys
across.
want to include that in your motion this evening.
Talking about the bridge that we already have built or a new bridge?
The feasibility study for the southern one.
We're
We're a little late on putting it on
I was gonna say, that it's, yeah.
Ship has sailed.
Tear it down.
So we gotta build another bridge? You know, it's blood, sweat, and tears. Don't we just get one bridge?
You know, I've heard that there has been some, yes. I saw
You
it
wouldn't
happen.
believe
I
how much that
experienced it.
costs. I mean,
I
how much
experienced
trouble it costs.
But, you know, if 20-year vision, if we, you know, think that it's needed and maybe, you know, quiet zone happens, you know, I've seen TxDOT put in a whole new crossing for a reason. So
It's
you
already
can
a quiet
dream.
zone down there, isn't it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Talking about railroad
Mm-hmm.
approaches on McElroy. Why is it, it's just a technical question, why is it that that's so bumpy, but on Bailey Boswell, it's not?
It's deteriorated.
So it's just in overall worse, the road is just in overall worse condition?
Yeah. So when you come through, especially for quiet zone improvements, you've got to pump millions of dollars into those crossings to be eligible, generally speaking. You can go through and they are beautifully smooth once they get restored to that level of function. But Dana, do you have anything to add?
What crossing?
Just the difference between the approaches to the railroad tracks on Bailey Boswell and compared to McElroy. McElroy's so bumpy and Bailey Boswell isn't.
Yeah, I think what I was saying, they just redid Bailey Boswell, so I think.
Yeah,
But we
so
are
that
looking
road
at-
is just much better.
Yeah,
Bailey.
we are looking at improving McElroy, aren't we?
It's on the scope.
We are, and I don't know what the cycle is, but there is a cycle that the railroad comes in and revamps those crossings and puts in new panels. We just did it on McElroy, 2 years ago or so? So
Well,
it's still rough. Of course, the approaches, the city street that approach those panels are what's rough, so.
And McElroy takes the brunt of the heavy traffic, the trucks going to the mills, to the grain elevators.
And they can't shut it down long enough to fix it right, so.
Yep. So definitely that would be your one best option is that crossing, improving it there. So got lots of cooks in that kitchen. And last page, this is so exciting, isn't it? So MC4, we're just excited about that one, cool. Next one talked about recycling, so that would be part of your motion this evening. I can help you word that if you need it. And then last but not least on this sheet is Willow Creek. So we already talked about that?
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions? Or
Not, sorry I didn't get them to you sooner, so you
That's
can
okay.
answer them.
Or anybody else have other questions? Rapper. Cindy?
My concern, this is a huge document, and I have not had the opportunity, I mean, I've read quite a bit of it, but I haven't had the opportunity to go through all of this in, great detail, especially not like Nick. But I was just wondering if we could table this till the next meeting so we could research it a little bit more. This is a huge thing for Saginaw, and I don't think waiting 2 weeks is going to be.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
We've had a
Detrimental
draft
to us.
copy online for how long? Since December?
several weeks. It would have been in advance of the January 11th P&Z.
Yeah. So, and we're happy to move at whatever speed you'd like, but we've had the information out for quite a while.
Julie, what does everybody else think? What's the rest of the council's pleasure?
I think that this is an extremely important document, and I think if there's a council member or council members who are uncomfortable and need more time, I would support that.
Yep. Mr. Beasley, you said what?
I agree.
Okay. I had a couple questions, though, before we table. Railroad-oriented development.
Yes.
Tell me what that means.
So it can take on a number of forms. The first example that comes to mind is the railroad-oriented development in Sherman, Texas. They've got sidings like you guys, and they have chosen to market it as such, as a railroad-oriented development, and they have pushed hard to get clean industry is what they wanted on their rail sidings. And I forget the exact name of it now, but it's an economic development tool that you can utilize, as a go-by of how you can actually focus new businesses on those sidings that can use those sidings. You don't want to put a warehouse that has no need for a siding if you don't have to, because that's prime real estate, like I was saying, like I keep harping about. And then another thing is your entertainment destination. So part of what is associated with Saginaw's uniqueness and character are those silos and mills. So really playing off of, not saying that Chip and Joanna Gaines are coming to Saginaw, but if you've seen Waco and kind of how they've been able to brand those silos as a character element in mixed-use development, that's something that Saginaw might experience on the private side or could incentivize on the city side.
It'd be neat to have a restaurant right between the rails and the mill. Something like that, that'd be neat. We get somebody to do it.
Would you want to eat there with the train shaking?
I've been doing it all my life, it don't bother me.
I mean, in Denton, they give free drinks when the train honks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a college town.
Valerie would love that.
Yeah.
Hey, there's one of these that talks about vacant parcels. I think you're going to cover that in your work plan, right?
Yeah.
We'll cover that briefly. On the public hearing, since we posted this, I might defer to the city attorney and see what we need to do. Just table?
Sure. So you have the option of conducting the public hearing now and then tabling the item, and then you won't need to conduct the public hearing at the next meeting.
Okay.
Or you can table both the public hearing and the item and postpone it.
Yeah, I'd like to finish the public hearing part this evening, and we can just discuss the plan next time if that works.
Yeah, that'll work.
That work for everybody else?
Okay.
So did you have anything else before we
No.
let you go?
Did you have more questions?
I think you've answered most of mine. I'll get back. I got
All
2
right.
weeks to figure it out. I'm sorry, Dolly, you have something to say?
No, I
Okay.
said, do you need a motion to?
No, my other question is, well, we've got to close out the public hearing. So I'm going to let you go.
Okay, thank you.
Then I'm going to say we are in a public hearing, so any citizens that wish to speak, you may approach the lectern and speak. You don't have to fill any forms or anything. It's a public hearing, so anybody can say anything they want right now. Come on up, Mr. Pete.
How could we forget you?
How could you forget? I think the last time I talked was barnyard chickens. And that's why everybody's wearing masks now. Or was, or is. Don't make Saginaw, California. Okay? It's a small town, keep it that way. It's going to grow, but keep this uniqueness to it and have the developers fight for every square inch that they have before they pave it over with concrete. You know? That's all. I raised my son here, a couple stepsons. It's a nice town. Let's keep it that way. And y'all are doing pretty good, as far as I can tell. I thank the public works guy all the time, go to my neighborhood, with water and everything. Fire chief and the police department, absolutely. As a matter of fact, one of the SWAT guys was over my yard, on my street, so I thanked him that I did. Gabe, you and I haven't talked for a while, but I'm going to shoot you a couple of questions later on. And for everybody watching up there that don't get a chance to see, like before, you can hear, but you can hear barely. And that right there is not enough for people that got a squint, because I had cataract surgery. And who's ever talking up here, get the audio system fixed a little bit.
Thank you.
Take some time to study this a little bit better. I agree, Cindy.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. Anyone else? Public hearing, anybody can speak? And folks at home, if you have questions about this, please send a note to the city manager. He'd be happy to answer your questions. If there are no other people wish to speak at 7:29, I take us out of a public hearing. And I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion that we table the item until, 2 weeks?
Do we need to put a date on it, or what do we say?
Well, you may want to just indicate that you want to table it until the next meeting. You don't have to
Till the
specify
next
the date.
meeting. Okay, I'd like to table it till the next meeting, please.
Do I have a second? Cindy, second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed? All right. We'll discuss again in 2 weeks. Moving forward, item number 7.
Are we gonna be in, are we gonna just discuss the adoption of the plan, or are we gonna have to do the workshop or the whole thing again?
We will not have to do a public hearing again.
No public hearing?
No public hearing.
We'll just have to do the adoption, won't we?
We'll discuss what
That's the
provisions.
action.
We'll discuss what provisions we want to make, what changes we want to make in the motion. So, yeah.
So write down what you don't, so you don't forget.
There you go. All right, so item number 7, board and commission form workshop discussion. And we've got appointment of subcommittee members, Nikki Lawson, Cindy Big Horse, and Mary Copeland. So who is this one?
Who's talking?
Number 7. It says Nick.
Does it
Is this
say-
you, brother?
Okay, 1 second, let me get it up.
Okay.
Was not prepared. Yeah, so we were asked to, at the, back when, to look at all the committees and appoint new members or move them up. And as we started that, we started struggling. So I guess this is one of the second or third year that we've had more candidates than we actually had positions. And so what we did is we went in and after we did that, we asked if we could, do more research and make recommendations to make the process maybe a little better and smoother. So the first item here is just to update the application form, as you can see here, and it's to
Get this up on the screen? Is that possible?
no, it's
It's attached. It's attached there.
It's attached to the thing. But it's to add where if there's more applicants, then things that we can hold an actual interview process. Okay. And that would help us to approve it. We also updated one question on there to make it more open-ended and asked them, the question was basically, when you get on the committee, what are you going to do to make things better? What's your objective? Okay. The second item is the actual to have each time instead of bringing it.
Here, hold on. Let's let Gabe catch up and get it up on the screen real
okay.
quick before we.
Yeah, so there it is.
So go to the attachment. The attachment at the bottom. Current paper application. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the current one. So let's go to the recommended one, the new one.
We have 2 current forms, and those forms do not agree.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
So is this the new one? Or is this the proposed one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead and walk us through it. Sorry.
Okay. So that's it. I mean, I kind of gave the rundown on exactly what we wanted to update on the application form.
Okay.
And so then the second thing we went to, item number 2 on here, was appointment of an actual committee. So instead of bringing people here and us discussing an open forum backwards and forwards, do like we did this year and have a committee that goes out, does all the review, does the interviews, and then comes back with a recommendation.
So a new committee every year.
That's right. Do it every year. Okay.
3 council members.
That's right. 3 council members.
Okay.
Okay. Also within that, we would no longer just blindly, if somebody was already on the committee, just accept them or move them up to the next position. We would ask and look and make sure that they're attending meetings and that they're actually providing a service. Okay. So before, like I say, when I first joined it, what I got told, if they're on there, we don't even look at them, we leave them on there. And I'm like, well, how do we know they're doing what they're supposed to be doing? So that's a little bit changed. And then the third item is future work. So there was a lot of other topics that we wanted to go back and look at, and topics such as standardizing the web pages for each board member, possible new boards, commissions, and then should the board, some of the boards have alternates. There was questions on that, so we would like to go back and take each one of those, look at them, and then bring back recommendations to the council.
So I have a couple questions. So when do we need the new board? Did we appoint, I'm trying to think back.
We appoint after the election.
Right, and we appointed this last year. In 2021, we did appoint boards, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this was an action off of that. So we'll be ready in this May to have new boards. Y'all have the system in place and be ready? Okay.
Absolutely.
Perfect. That sounds great. Other questions, Council? Mary?
I have a suggestion that we go ahead and put these future work to be accomplished as a workshop in our next meeting so that the whole council can discuss it. And we need to get it, we need to get some consensus right away so that if any changes need to be made to any of the ordinances, or also Janice may end up having to change her packet, that way we could get that done in a timely manner before we send out the packets and get the ordinances updated if they need to be. We can just do it as a workshop at the next meeting with everyone, participate.
So what we could do is, if this item 3, we could have a meeting, and we would have to look at each committee and see if it was part of their charter to actually have, or a law to have alternates, and then we could go through it like that, right?
Well, I was just thinking we as a council could make a blanket decision, do we or do we not want alternates on these boards and commissions. The charter does require us to have alternates for planning and zoning.
Right.
But for all other boards and commissions, I think it should be uniform. Either we have them or we don't. And we could just discuss that as a full council at the next meeting.
Well,
and then any ordinances that have that in there, if we decided not to, those would be updated. If we decided to keep them, we might want all of them to have alternates or all of them not to. That was my thought.
Smarter to go, committee by committee and decide.
Is one of your thoughts just to make the committees a little bit larger? Instead of having 5 regulars and 2 alternates, to have 7 total? Is that something y'all thought about?
No.
Or whatever the number is.
My thought was just having these alternates. Some of these boards are really popular and people don't leave, and you can end up being an alternate for like 5 years. And they're not able to vote. So I just thought, I didn't see a reason for having alternates. That's just my position on it.
Isn't the reason
I wouldn't want some boards to have alternates and some boards not, with the exception of planning and zoning. We don't have a choice on that.
Isn't the reason for alternates just the size and quorum? The quorum concerns, isn't that the big reason? So, one is P&Z legally have to have alternates, or how does that work, Brent?
So I haven't looked at your charter recently, but obviously if it does provide for alternates, then you're required to have them, or at least attempt to appoint them.
But I have a question.
Right. But they don't count towards the quorum. So they only count towards the quorum if they're promoted to a voting member on a temporary basis.
So we talked about this amongst us 3, and there is a lot of questions, and we brought them up, and that's how come we wanted it on item 3, so we could go off and we could talk to all the different heads of the committees and figure out why do we have those, and look at the legal ramifications for each one and things like that. And then bring back once we had all of that in a row, all of our ducks in a row, and had a thorough understanding even why the alternates was put there in the first place, come back with a recommendation. And so that's why that ended up under item number 3.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have something?
I have a question. Do they have a time limit on all of those committees, or is there Okay, so would it not be, is it not in the charter that we could put a time limit, like the council has, what, 3 years? Da-da-da-da,
You mean like
you know
a
what I mean?
term?
I mean, term,
You
yeah.
may not have a term for
Yeah.
each appointment.
That's what I mean, a year limit that they, because she said like sometimes they never get to vote because somebody's in there the whole time. Can we not?
You could decide, so you could either memorialize it or you could decide on a case-by-case basis. All of these offices are going to have terms, they're just not term limited. So what that means is they're up for reappointment. You can choose not to reappoint somebody.
Right.
Obviously, having a policy makes it seem less personal.
Right.
That you're not reappointing somebody, but absolutely, you could decide by ordinance that, no more than 3 consecutive terms, for instance, for any board or commission.
Yeah, and that's why we had item number 3 is to go over these things. And that's why we also instituted to make it pointed out that going forward, it's not going to just be you're on the committee, you're there. You're going to have to do what you signed up to do in the committee. And so there is possible going to be people who says, I want to stay on the committee, but they're only, say, there 30% of the time, and when they're there, they're causing friction, that we choose someone else over them.
Yeah, but don't most of those boards have a limit that if a member doesn't show up so many times, then they're automatically dropped?
Not that I know of.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they
Well,
are.
I mean, automatically.
Wait, Janet's trying to, Janet's trying to.
Each year, before we send out letters or anything to anybody that's up for appointment, we do look at attendance.
Okay.
And if there is a problem there, then we have replaced people.
Okay.
Because, like you say, we want somebody that's going to come and participate. And if they're not bothering to show up or let us know, that there's a problem, then we have taken people off.
The last time there was only one gentleman that was there, because I even asked, well, how many of the meetings have these people attended? And I went to the meeting minutes, and they didn't keep track of that. So you must have data that I wasn't privy to.
Well, we the secretary that worked with the other boards, she kept a running spreadsheet of attendance.
Yeah, it's been our policy in the past to only kick people off if they didn't show up or they moved out of town.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to kick people off for political reasons.
No.
You don't want me to come in and say, well, I don't like you, or I don't like how you voted, and kick you off. They're supposed to be independent boards, independent citizen boards. So we got to keep that in mind.
Yes. Yeah, I got you.
One of the other things that we had talked about is, and what we presented here is, we looked at both of the current applications that we have, and that's what Gabe has pulled up for us. But one of the things that we're considering is maybe just getting rid of the paper application and just going purely electronic.
But what if
That
somebody
way
doesn't have a
there's
computer?
updates, then
That-
updates are easier to one document instead of them getting out of kilter, out of sync.
That is something that we've thought about too in the past, but you still have a lot of people out here that don't have access to a computer, or they may have it on the phone and they can't print, and that's something that you have to think about too. You've got to have it accessible both ways.
Or you're technically challenged like me and I can't figure out how to print it.
Well, you could make it where preference
but
would
we
be
do have the
online,
library
but
next
we have
door, and
people
they'd be willing to
available if
offer
needed.
assistance.
Most of them do come in through the website,
Yeah.
but there are some that people walk in the door and want an actual physical application in their hand, which we can make them all match or whatever y'all want to do.
Next steps. What are our next steps? We've talked a couple of proposals. Mary proposed bringing it to the full council next meeting. Do we want to do that? What do y'all think?
You're not ready, right?
This we should vote. I feel we should bring it up for motion, and these 3 items here be voted up or down
Okay.
today.
Well, tonight,
Unless we want to table it.
it's not on as an action tonight. It's on as just discussion tonight, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
so,
We
It's
want
just
to
a discussion.
Basically, summarize, we're wanting to approve the recommended form. 2, we want to approve appointment of the subcommittee for the reasons that we have stated. And 3, we want to go through and look at each of these boards and see, what we need to do, check the ordinances, see if those need to be changed, make recommendations to the council. I think we need to bring that third part to the council after we've done our research.
Right. So not by the next meeting, we're talking in the future at some point. Okay. Okay.
And the third part in the future.
Whenever.
Or even piecemeal it, bring one or two boards a meeting.
Yeah, the only thing, and if you read that, the only thing we want to do is to ask the council if we could even go continue to look at this stuff and bring it back. So, I mean, the big thing is that we really, the sooner we can get this approved, the sooner we can get that template updated. And this 1 and 2, those are the two that's important for us to be ready to.
Okay.
Okay.
The other thing is when we were doing our studies, we wanted to go back and look at minutes. There were no minutes available for us to look at anywhere on the website. So we want to standardize each web page
For each board? Okay.
So the same information is there available. We want to be able to see what they're doing for the year. Look at the feasibility of the board. That might be something to take into consideration. But have that committee that's appointed in June just kind of oversee everything that's going on throughout the year.
All right, so what I'm hearing is next meeting, we will vote on item 1 and item 2, and then item 3 will be pushed back to whenever the committee is ready, the subcommittee is ready.
Well, we need the go-ahead to be able to do item 3.
Item 3 was just on there for the council to say, yeah, they wanted us to go look at these other things.
And then
So you
we'll
need an
bring those
action on all
details
three
at
of
a later
them.
date.
Okay.
Or actually, on item 3, we can just say, give you guidance tonight.
Yeah, just tell us to go do it.
Mr. Beasley, you okay? You good with that? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah.
I'm good with it too.
So we need
Go.
to make a motion to go
No.
ahead? No.
No. So
That's their guidance to go forward. Or sorry, Brandon.
candidly, item 1 doesn't require a formal vote. I mean, that's up to you all, but it's a form. Making appointments requires a formal vote. Establishing the subcommittee requires a formal vote. But deciding on whether the wording of an administrative form is appropriate can be done with head nods or what have you.
So we need to go ahead and go.
Yeah, I'm good with the form you proposed. Everybody else good with the form they proposed?
If that's what the way they
All
want
right.
it.
There's your guidance. I think, I'm not asking y'all because I think you're okay with it, so I'm assuming you're good with it.
Good.
Okay.
So all we're down to is item number 2. Do we need to do that? Huh? No, they said we don't need item 3 because we can go.
Yeah.
So item number 2, you need,
On the form, there's that one part where it's resident of the city since, and you guys got 20.
what?
That's the year, resident of the city since 2016.
He's saying it could be 1999.
It could be 19.
2019.
Huh?
How long have they been a resident of the city?
It could be 19.
2019. Well,
19 something.
No, 1978, 77.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I've been here.
Because I've been here since
Shouldn't it
19.
also
I'm
be
like-
on the form
Yeah.
that,
Just leave
You're
that
right.
little date blank.
Yeah.
That way, yeah, they can write in when they can.
shouldn't it still be on the form that they have to make so many meetings a year?
I think
Or
that's
they
in
would-
part of,
they
I
may
think
be
that's in the
considered-
bylaws of it.
We
isn't
have
it?
a statement on the back that says, "I agree to the terms and responsibilities as described in the ordinance or resolution as an appointee for the committee for which I wish to serve."
Yeah.
So that's a
So
checkbox.
that's kind of
for
a,
them.
yeah.
And one of the things that we talked about on the webpage template is to put the ordinance or the resolution, a link to that, so whoever's interested can go in and read that information
And make sure they
and
want
make
to.
sure that this is what they want to do.
That makes sense.
Well, exactly.
That makes sense.
All right, I think we've got resolution here, so
Okay.
I'm ready to move on.
Let's go.
So just so that I know, so we're good on all 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it said. Go with it.
Good.
Leave that one line blank. Don't put 20,
Yeah.
don't put 19, just leave
When
it.
you update, whoever updates the template can leave that blank, right?
All right,
It's
moving
Kate's
forward.
turn.
We ready to move forward? Moving forward, item number 8, fiscal year 2022 work plan discussion. City Manager Gabriel.
Mayor and Council, I'll be brief. For those in the audience or watching at home, the City Council adopts a work plan by resolution. That sets the priorities for the organization for the year. So it's very important. So I won't bring up all of our past discussion related to the comprehensive plan, but a lot of these projects we've already talked about. So the purpose here tonight is to present a draft list The hope is at some meeting in the future we adopt a work plan by resolution, as we have done the past 3 years, and then we'll do progress updates based on those projects. So I'm going to go through the list. I have a couple additions based on discussions with council members, and again, happy to get your feedback. The end goal is to get a project list for council adoption in the future. So for our working list, I have a citywide customer satisfaction survey. That was a request from Councilmember Lawson. Had a request to reestablish the Chamber of Commerce as a partnership with Tarrant County College Northwest. That was a request of the mayor. Ordinance reviews specific to ordinances related to minimum property standards and code enforcement, and then recommendations to potentially make future changes. Development of a formal pavement management system. So the City Council approved a pavement management system contract earlier. There was a pretty cool truck that was out here this morning. They're actually driving around getting the data. So we're going to bring that data to you in the future. From what I understand, there's a few data fans in the audience. That's great. Cultural event in partnership with EMS ISD. This was a recommendation from our Diversity and Inclusion Committee. They will do an update at some point within the next couple council meetings. Redevelopment planning. Not going to reinvent the wheel. We already kind of talked about this, about the current fire station site on Saginaw Boulevard. The goal, as expressed as part of the comprehensive plan, public outreach, was to attract a destination restaurant or entertainment venue. It's been past practice to have a code enforcement focus area where we tell our code enforcement folks, here's a specific area that we would like attention. You may recall the update Jeremy and Lisa did in the past about Saginaw Boulevard. So it takes time, it takes people, but we've made good progress. We'd like to continue. We've talked about a public space of some sort or a public facility in Belt Mill, the Belt Mill development. That will remain ongoing. Mentioned city initiation to rezone undeveloped parcels in the city, of which there are fairly few. We're in the delivery phase of our bond project. So as you may recall, the library and senior center are currently in kind of the early stages of design. That's underway. Lee is the project manager for that project. And we will plan to award a construction project for the first voter-approved street project, which is Knowles Phase 1. That is Edwards to Woodcrest. That should come to come for action the next city council meeting, or possibly the first March meeting. Next city council meeting. So that went out to bid, and that'll come for construction.
And what about our potential match with the county on that?
Yep. So I think we're good on the match. As far as the timing, I don't know that we have clear direction from the county.
No, we don't have direction from the county at this time on the timing of the reimbursement, but that project has been selected by the county, and when they issue, they have to issue the debt to be able to reimburse us, and that's going to depend on their debt capacity and the projects they want to fund first. So we're in line. We don't know when we're going to get it, but we will get it.
And how much are we going to get?
3.55.
50% match. We'll submit phase by phase.
For phase 1?
Phase 1, yep.
And we haven't heard about the others?
We'll submit them as we bid and
We submitted 5 projects. Each city was awarded one project based on their number one priority, which ours was Knowles Phase 1. There are discretionary funds that each commissioner will have to use for other projects in his county. Have no schedule on when those funds will be available or which projects will be selected, but we're on the list.
Next project, and this has been a few years in the making. In fact, it was such a difficult project that Lee has since left the police department. I'm just kidding. The department's been pursuing best practices recognition, which requires a lot of operating procedure review and standardization, updates of policies, that sort of thing. I think we're at the point in this calendar year where we can schedule a visit, a site assessment, and then we'll have some determination on the outcome. So, credit to Lee and Russell for working on that project for the past couple of years. We're close to final stages. So a couple of additions, and then I'd like to hear your feedback. Mayor Pro Tem requested that we look at maybe a pilot project for feral cat catch and sterilization program. We have a feral cat population, as many cities do, that unfortunately continues to grow and can present some problems. We also talked about with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I did. What are we going to do after the sterilization of the cats?
They release them back into their colony. There's about 9 or 10 big colonies right now in Saginaw, just on this side of the tracks. And they, after they catch and release them, sterilize them, they release them, and they keep them in the colony or whatever. Eventually they'll get everybody, and then we won't have all the feral cats. But they're good mousers, and we have a lot of mice because we have a thing called a grain elevator over there that has a lot of goodies for mice, so that's one reason now. There is some that are, yeah.
Yeah, that's something we can look into and, outline some steps.
Watch out, Nick will make sausage out of them.
Yeah.
I mean, before we move forward in releasing these feral cats, which I pull on people's heartstrings, we need to talk to the Texas Fish and Wildlife Department. We need to evaluate, because no matter what you want, these are an invasive species. They're not native to natural Texas. Sure. And they kill millions of birds. They also drive out the other animals, such as foxes and things like that, that would actually native to Texas. So we need.
Well, we don't want we don't want foxes and stuff in Saginaw.
It also, these cats do bring diseases, and I forget the name of it off the top of my head, that can cause a woman to abort her child.
FTC.
Yeah.
It's like HIV in people, but when they sterilize them, they give them that shot.
Right. So we should look at that, because you got rabies, you got things like that. Sure. But I would highly encourage us, the city, before we do this, reach out to the Texas Fish and Wildlife Department, look at some of the others to see, because I know it's nice that we're going to turn this little furry kitten loose, but it comes at a devastating impact to our wildlife.
Sure, that's good information.
Well, the one thing is the feral cats.
Yeah.
Once you sterilize them and tag them and everything, I don't think they cause that much more trouble. I really don't. I think it'd be a good thing.
Again, this is just my pride. I don't have data. I'll look it up and stuff, believe me, before we decide to change our ordinance. Because I think within our ordinances right now, we couldn't release them, because once you take a cat, even if you feed a cat, it becomes yours. So to me, if the city picks this cat up, neuters it, and spades it, it's yours, and you shouldn't be releasing it back into the wild. So I think we would have to change an ordinance to be able to do that. Is that correct?
I don't know off the top of my head. We'll look into that, and
Thank you.
Some of those animals are.
But yeah, we
I know. I've got a lot of wild cats around my house, and I don't want them released back. Yeah. They're a pain.
Well, and I do agree with catching them, but I think if we,
What are you gonna do with
if
them?
we killed 300, if we neutered and spaded 300 cats and turned them loose, there'd be 300 more the next day we would have to catch.
How would you do that if they're sterilized, though?
Well, we say that we're a zero cat, then figure out how to adopt them out.
We don't need to litigate this thing tonight. This is just
Okay.
it's on the plan.
Yeah.
It's on Gabe's plan. I think everybody agrees it needs to be on the plan.
Yeah,
So
we'll discuss later.
we need to have a plan for it. Yeah.
And then the last project idea, and then again, I'm happy to hear your feedback, was idea from the Mayor Pro Tem to have a renovation incentive program, kind of like the big program for homeowners, which honestly is common in our region. We can bring some recommendations to get that going, to offer some assistance or incentives to encourage minimum property standards compliance and maybe improvements to owner-occupied homes. So with that, please send me your thoughts. Plan to take a project list to the council in the future, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Other questions, concerns, council?
No, but I have one more thought.
Sure.
The tax thing of the seniors. Not taxing our seniors, look into that and see what, I know it costs the taxpayers a
Sure.
little bit of money, but.
Yeah, we could. I don't know that would be a project per se,
I know
but
it's
we
not a
could look
project,
at
but we
that
need
as
to
part
look
of the
into it
budget.
if you don't mind,
Yeah.
please.
Sure.
A review of all of the fees.
Do what?
A review of all of the fees.
Yes.
Fee,
All
yeah,
fees.
It's about time
Yep.
to update a master fee ordinance.
Yes.
Any other ideas? If not,
Yeah, there's still time. Submit them to Gabe. whenever.
call,
Yeah.
email, passenger pigeon, you name it. So,
And just because it's on the list now does not mean it's going to make the final list. We still have to discuss, and we may have to cut some. We may not be able to do all these in 1 year, but we'll discuss as a council and vote on it. So. All right, anything else?
that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. All right, item number 9. I've been looking forward to this all night. I need to wake Dana up. Bailey Boswell overpass update. Our friends at Kimley Horn.
He's smiling, so maybe that's a good thing.
Well, that's a good sign. Well, good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I'll start by asking you to forgive my appearance. I've been on construction job site all day. Bailey Boswell Overpass is almost finished. So over the past several weeks, the contractor's been working on closeout items. They've been installing signs. They've got the street lights up and turned on. They've been addressing some storm sewer inlet adjustment, fixing sod, irrigation, those types of things. Unfortunately, though, I'm not sure we're in a position for the contractor to give us a firm completion date, because one of the things that remains is for us to have a final project walkthrough that includes the railroads. So we are in the process of trying to get that scheduled right now. But there will be a punch list, and we can keep our fingers crossed, and hopefully everything will turn out positive there. The other thing that is sort of related to actually opening the overpass is the Knowles signal. My understanding, there was a meeting today, a very positive meeting, about getting the power turned on for those signals. That'll happen in a couple of weeks. And then there'll be some programming and some different things that needs to happen. And then I think they'll probably start by flashing after that. So I would assume we're 2-3 weeks out, something like that, from getting those signals up and going. So do you have specific questions that we can answer?
What about concrete siding, the paneling, the concrete issue? We resolved that?
There is only one remaining question about concrete on the project. I think we're close to getting that resolved. What you may have been referring to, there was an issue where there had to be some concrete replaced at the tracks. Okay, the barrier wall. So we had a meeting with the contractor yesterday, and what they did was to demonstrate that the integrity of that concrete rail was sufficient, so that we didn't have a safety concern or maintenance issue, was to actually go out there and what's called coring some holes in the concrete so we could take a look at the concrete. And those cores came back and they look really good. There is an outstanding question. There was some sounding done, basically tapping on the surface of the concrete. And what that can be a sign of, depending on that, the sound that you get back is what's called delamination, which means that the surface of the concrete is slightly separated from the core of the concrete, so to speak. So we're having a conversation. We've asked the contractor to go back to an official lab and get their opinion about what that means. The delamination issue is not a structural integrity issue as such that it would affect, a vehicle impacting it in the barrier failing, as much as it is a long-term maintenance issue, where if that concrete would start to fall off, well, then the city's going to have to go back up there and fix it. Now, obviously, there's a warranty period on the project that if it happened over the next however many months, the contractor would come back and fix it. But the threat with that kind of stuff is that it doesn't happen right away. It's 3, 5, 7 years down the road. So we're just trying to make sure with that specific issue that there's no question about the quality. And it's only one small area of the rail, but one small area is all it takes. So we're trying to get that resolved right now.
Brad, I have a quick question, if you could. Could you share how far ahead of schedule or what the contract allows the contractor? That's kind of one misconception, I think.
Yes. So the contract allows, if I'm not mistaken off the top of my head, for the contractor to be out there until May. Now, I shared with you early on that they gave us a schedule that said we're going to be done in September, October of 2020, and I expressed some skepticism about it at that time. And I think that they were a little overly optimistic, but I will tell you that they did get out there and they built that bridge really fast. And I think that's been a huge benefit to the city that they got that work done. So if
It's
we
not a
keep-
benefit till I can drive on it.
What's that?
It's not a benefit till I can drive on the damn thing, so it's not done
Well,
yet.
It is a benefit from the standpoint that they could have waited until May to get it open, and I think we still, even though we've got a few of these minor issues that we got to resolve, I think we're still in a position where you're going to have it open 2-3 months early. So there still is a benefit that they have gotten it done quickly. Any other questions?
Other questions, council?
So do we have their punch list? Last time I think you said there's 30-some items. What's on the punch list now?
I think they've addressed almost everything on the punch list at this point. There were a couple of items that the city inspector was going back out and taking a look at after a conversation yesterday. So I don't know that they're 100% complete, but that will be part of the verification process when we do this final walkthrough, that we get all the parties involved and we get out there and we walk through again. We have been very aggressive, and the contractor has been cooperative, that anything we saw at any point during the construction, we stopped and had a conversation about it. We didn't just wait for it to be a punch list item, and that has been a productive collaboration as we went along. But nevertheless, we had a few things that they've been out there working on, and we're getting close.
So the punch list, well, again, what's the long pole? What's our critical path? What's the last big thing that's going to stop us?
Well, I think your critical path right now is getting that final walkthrough scheduled.
Okay.
And that's just a matter of getting all the parties together. Now, we're not aware that there's anything like the railroad should go out there. They shouldn't have any issues because contract conformance, they reviewed the plans, and we have been after the contractor anytime there was any deviation from what was expected in the plans. So we don't anticipate any issues, but we cannot promise you that there is a specific outcome from that final walkthrough.
Go ahead, Mary.
And Dolph and Bryn and Gabe might remember this, but the interlocal agreement we had with Tarrant County even mentioned September of 2023 as the completion date. So I, at the time, even thought that would be pushing it. So, I mean, we're getting that bridge done way before I would have thought it could have been done. So, you know, I'm just putting a word in there for these comments of, hey, when is it going to open? Well, it's way ahead of schedule. You know, I don't know if that interlocal agreement was part of the contract with the construction company, but that interlocal agreement did mention September 2023 as the completion date. That their funding would go through that date. So I'm just putting a word in for the construction company. And you know, the people that are complaining, I mean, bridges take a long time. You know, and it was expected to take a long time from the very beginning. I'm just trying to make a point for the other side of the coin.
Sure. I appreciate that. I can share with you that your contractor is Weber, and they're one of the biggest TxDOT contractors in the state. And they work multiple projects at once, and the city benefited from that because they were in a position where they could schedule crews and pull from a neighboring project and jump in and do bridge rail and have 2 crews out when they were going to set beams and do things that other contractors might not have been able to do simply because of their scale. So that's why we were pretty excited when we got bids. If you remember, we had several bids and some big bridge contractors, and that's huge. So it has paid some benefit. I understand you've seen the bridge out there for a while, and there's probably some frustration. We don't have cars on the bridge. I get that. But we are getting close.
I think we need to put a big red bow on it when it gets open so everybody knows it's ready.
Any other questions, council? All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate the update. So that is the last item until we go into executive session, but I have a question, and I'm going off script here. Is this Dolph Johnson's last council meeting?
I commit to nothing, Mayor. My retirement date's not till March 23rd, but I'm going to be taking some time off, and I'll be around as needed, and that's to be determined by
But this is your last.
city manager
This is your last council meeting, though, right?
It's likely.
Would you like to say anything, sir?
I'll save it for the 23rd. We'll all get together and have a good cry.
Okay, your choice. I don't want to let this momentous occasion pass without mentioning it.
I appreciate it, but
All right.
I've still got some things to do between now and then.
All right, then I'll drop the subject, but thank you, sir. Item number 10, at 8:10, we're recessing to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and Texas Government Code 551.074. We will return to adjourn.
We keep fighting the fights that don't matter.
Yeah,